All right, so bringing it in live here at Winchester Speedpark as we get ready to go racing. This is round 13 here for the Winchester Speedpark Motocross Series, final round for Winchester Series racing here for 2015. And an absolutely stellar weekend here at Winchester. If you're joining us live on the web, we are live streaming the racing action here today. So I want to welcome everyone who is watching live online, as well as all the folks who have joined us here this weekend. Women's class moto getting set to leave the gate as we kick off the racing action. All right, 30 board goes up. And on the 132, that is going to be Shannon Grigas, the Honda rider with the whole shot for the women's class. And Grigas going to lead him down the right-hand side of the track there, down to the far right-hand turn, the Southwick turn. And then down the left-hand side, it looks like we've got a Yamaha rider who may have taken over the lead here. So it is going to be the 68 of Shannon Fleming, the Auto Specialties Yamaha rider, taking over the top spot here in the women's class into that off-camber turn through the center. And then down the roller section to the center field turn, up and over the Loctite launch as we work through the first lap here in the women's class. So it does look like it is Fleming, the Auto Specialties Motorsports Nation Fly Racing rider, out front with the lead here. The 132 Rodriguez into the second spot. So there is lead coming out of that horseshoe turn section into the finish line turn. And holding a solid early lead, there is the 68. That is the Dunlop Works Connection Blue Crew ride. Shannon Fleming with the lead here in the women's class. 132, Jolly Rogers Honda ride coming through that four-pack section right before the finish. In the second spot there is Shannon Grigas. 26, that is Casey McNamara, a solid ride for the KTM rider in third. On the 418, the Factory Connection Suzuki, Sierra Bernard fourth with the 13 of Katie Hanisch right on the back tire. So Hanisch rounding out the top five. Gabrielle Connors on the 882 running in sixth. It's Alexis Burns, the 402 rider, on the MSC open air ride running in seventh. Cheyenne Andrews, the 163 Yamaha ride in eighth. Jen Patty on the 18 ninth, and it's going to be Katrina Cato on the MC Racing Honda rounding out the top 10 here on lap one. So Fleming making her way up that center rhythm section to the off-camber turn, stretching the lead out. So motor number one here, the women's class out on the track, 50-plus riders next off the gate. Riders in the two-stroke open, you should be in the staging area. 50cc 7 to 9 riders down to pre-staging. And there's leader through the horseshoe turn section, the Blue Crew ride. So 2 to go for Fleming out front on the 68. It is still Grigas in the second spot, the 26 of McNamara in third as we watch McNamara coming out of the horseshoe turn section. Grigas through that 4-pack into the finish line turn. And looks like still Sierra Bernard on the 418 hanging out of that 4th spot. And it looks like problems for the 13 of Hanisch as the 882 of Connor's now going to move into the 5th spot. And there is Hanisch on the 13, dropping a couple of spots, but still up and running in the top 10. So you lead around the Auto Specialties Yamaha ride out in the back left corner. Shannon Fleming stretching out the lead just a little bit. So 1 to go as Fleming gets his way up and over the finish line jump there. So Fleming heading down the right-hand side there. Final time around for the women's class leader. And she has opened up an impressive gap at the front of the pack here. So final time around, Shannon Fleming, Shannon Grigas, Casey McNamara, Sierra Bernard, and Gabrielle Connors, the top 5. And one more time down through the horseshoe turn section. This time around, going to use that inside line. Fleming horsepowering out of that turn there into the 4-pack right before the finish. And there's going to be a checkered flag waiting for her. The race win on the Auto Specialties Motorsports Nation Fly, Bellray, Motorsport.com, Power Bar Dunlop, Blue Crew FMF Ride. Shannon Fleming is going to take the moto win here for the women's class. And out of the horseshoe turn section to hang on to the second spot, the 132 of Shannon Grigas, the Jolly Rogers Honda ride. And it looks like it is going to be the 26, Casey McNamara, making her way down through the horseshoe turn section to hang on a third here for the women's class. 50-plus racers going to be coming down the start straight next. All right, so 50-plus class rider is going to come down the start straight next here. And coming in from the outside, that is going to be the rider on the number 29. That looks like Mike Digitano with a whole shot. And Digitano going to lead him down the far right-hand side, down to the Southwick turn and along that tree line straight away. So Digitano out front, back up that center rhythm section. It looks like the 14 of Camilio making a move to second. And I believe that's the number 8 of Nathan Martell up in third early on here for the 50-plus. Riders up and over the Loctite launch. All right, out the back left corner into the S-turn section. Digitano holding down the top spot, it looks like. Camilio going to go to the inside. He might have the pass here as they come to the big Riverside Drive tabletop. No, Digitano going to hang on to the inside. He's going to go wide to the outside and horseshoe turn. Camilio going to hold the inside line, see how it pays off into the quad section. And looks like the 14 going to take the advantage here. But Digitano has that inside line, but no, the 14 is going to roll over into it. So Camilio with the lead now. Martell around the outside to move to second. So just like that, the 29, Digitano going to drop back to third. Kurt Zarcy on the 602 fourth here on the Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride. Tim Blodgett going to round out the top 5 on the number 49. It's Leonard Allen in 6th, Mike Dune 7th. Bob Sheila running in 8th. Dave Shattuck, the 76 Yamaha 9th. And Cliff White, the 884, rounding out the top 10 on lap 1. And there is the battle for the lead, tightening up again at the front of the pack. As Martell putting a challenge in around the outside. He's going to have the outside line through the off camber. He's got a little more horsepower. Side by side into the rollers. And he's going to make the pass, it looks like, in the center. He's going to have that inside line. Over the Loctite launch, that's going to put the 14 of Camilio back to the inside, coming into the big sweeping right-hander. And the 14 is going to take the advantage back. So out of the S-turn section, the number 8 of Martell, the Edelman Sales ride, going to grab the advantage there, and the Edelman Trucking ride will take the lead. So again, into that finish line turn, 2-lap board is out. So that is the number 8, the Idleman Sales KTM ride of Nathan Martell with the lead. Fox Racing, Buckley Photos ride. Jack Camilio, the Winchester Motorsports KTM in second. There's the 29, Digitano, the Fox Racing rider in third. Zarcy in fourth, still trying to find his way around. And now the 402 of Leonard Allen going to move into the top 5 as he gets around Blodgett. So a battle for the lead all the way down the far right-hand side. Martell getting on the gas, going along the tree line straightaway. So there is your leader back up that center rhythm section. Camilio right behind him in the second spot. So Martell, Camilio 1 and 2 to the off-camber turn section. And it is going to be Zarcy making the pass around into third. So the 29, Digitano, drops back to fourth. And here comes the 402 of Allen, trying to make something happen as well. And picking up the battle for the lead out of the S-turn section down the Riverside Drive. As it is still Martell out front, but Camilio not too far off. So Nathan Martell very wisely using those inside lines. So 1 to go. So 1 to go here, and it is going to be the 402 making the move around. So Digitano going to drop back to fifth. So Martell, Camilio, Zarcy, Allen, and Digitano, the top 5 here. Final time around. Blodgett still dealing with the 26 of Bob Sheila. And Doucette going to give up that spot now as well, as it looks like the 76 of Shattuck going to take over 8th. Cliff White to 9th. And I believe it's going to be Stevens moving into the top 10 on the 60. Final time around here for the 50 plus. 2-stroke open riders, you are on the gate next. Riders in the 50cc 7 and 9, you should be in the staging area. 50cc 4 to 6 riders down to pre-staging. Once again, final time around here in the 50 plus. Martell and Camilio into the back left turn. As I said, Camilio staying in striking distance here, so Martell going to have to keep it mistake-free the final time down Riverside Drive. And into the 4-pack right before the finish, the checkered flag comes out for the Idleman Sales CD Davenport Trucking ride. That is Nathan Martell with the win here in the 50 plus. There is Camilio across the line on the number 14. Going to hang on to the second spot there. And it is the Top Gear MX Factory Connections RC Custom Cabinets ride. Kurt Zarcy going to hang on to third. Allen charging up into fourth there on the final lap. And it is going to be the 29, Digitano, hanging on to round out the top 5 as we get ready to go here with the 2-stroke open. the final lap. And it is going to be the 29, Digitano hanging on to round out the top 5 as we get ready to go. All right, checking him down the line for the two-stroke open. And holding the inside line on the 46, the Thunderbolt MX Team Justice ride. That is Jake Walker with the whole shot. And Walker looks like he's going to lead him down the right-hand side with a whole lot of company. All right, looks like Walker holding down the lead, and I believe that's the 112 of John Clark making the move to second. Clark already going to have a challenge on his hands as Walker is trying to get away at the front of the pack early on here. Leaders down to the back left corner. Oh, second place rider going to go down. Rider digging in that front tire out in the back left corner there. Going to have to get a look at who that was. But that is going to give your leader a big gap coming to the horseshoe turn section here on lap 1. So into the quad 4-pack there right before the finish, and the lead here early on in the two-stroke open, the 46, Jake Walker. 205, that is Kevin Hill up into the second spot now in the Hills and Contractors ride. The 202 equipment rental ride of Tyler Sumas up into third. On the 18, Brady Hill. The Go MX Vermont Lynx Racing, Corral Fuels, Lamoille Valley Ford ride running in the 4th spot. And it's going to be the 458, Anthony Roncone rounding out the top 5. Brandon Gregori in 6th. Stephen Webb, the 233 Web Dog running in 7th. North Adams Sheet Metal Ride Fortini 8th, Cameron Thurston 9th, and the 112 of Clark going to recover inside the top 10. So it looked like that was the 112 of Clark who went down in that back left turn there. Just stuck the front end in a little bit too hard and cost himself a second spot early on here. So there is Walker opening up a gap coming up that center rhythm section. Kevin Hill and the 18 of Brady Hill now battling over to the second spot. That puts Sumas back into 4th. So two-stroke open riders out on the track. Race 3 in the order. 50cc 7 to 9 riders will be next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc 4 to 6, you should be in the staging area. And open A and B riders down to pre-staging. And Walker into that finish line turn. Brady Hill on the 18, able to make his way around into the second spot. Sumas moves to 3rd. And the 913 Gregori going to get the 4th spot as Kevin Hill drops all the way back to 5th. So losing a bunch of positions on that lap on the 205. Not sure what happened there with the Yamaha of Hill. Walker all the way on the far side of the track. That tree line straightaway there, that is a rough section. Even this early, you can see riders getting bounced around as they come down that rhythm section there. So Walker and Brady Hill 1 and 2 as you see the 46 of Jake Walker coming up and over the Loctite launch. Oh, rider getting bumped over the top of the berm there, coming through the off-camber turn section. That might have been Hill. As we have got some battles for position going on. Yamaha riders banging bars into that option tabletop section there. As your leader coming down the Riverside Drive section, there is the 46 of Walker down to the horseshoe turn. And it is going to be down to 2 to go as Walker makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So 2 more times around for the 46 to take the win. There is the 18 Brady Hill, the Twin State Ford, Du Bois Construction, Mike Supply Company ride hanging on to second. Sumas up into third. Grigori fourth. And now the 528 North Adams Sheet Metal ride. Fortini into the top 5. So 2 to go here in the 2-stroke open. Once again, working through an absolutely stellar day here. It's been a beautiful weekend in Winchester for the fall finale, round 13. And again, we would want to welcome everyone watching live online here. We are live streaming this morning here, so if you have friends at home, you can send them onto Facebook. Tell them to look for the live stream there. You can send them onto YouTube. They just have to search for my channel there. It's Don Collings there on YouTube. We'll have that up on there. As Walker sending it on the option tabletop out to the back left corner. So your leader coming down to the horseshoe turn section. Solid run to grab the hole shot. He has had no problems out front. That is a recipe for exactly what you're seeing here out of Walker, which is one more time around to take the win. So Jake Walker, Brady Hill, Brandon Grigori top 3 now. Fortini makes the move around into 4th on the North Adams Sheet Metal ride. That is going to drop the 105 Pete Cycle and Sled, Form Up Foundations 202 Equipment Rental, K-Ray Graphics ride of Sumas down to 5th. And looks like John Clark moving into the 6th spot. Anthony Roncone 7th. Kevin Hill, the Hills and Contractors ride in 8th. Camry Default running in 9th. And the 233 Steve Webb, the Webb Dog, rounding out the top 10 still here. Rocking the 125 Pete Cycle and Sled Yamaha ride. right, Walker up and over the Loctite launch, heading into the big sweeping right-hander there. He's got this one sewed up. The battle for second is really starting to tighten up. Grigori has closed up the gap on Hill. So Brady Hill going to have his hands full trying to hang on to that second spot on the final lap as they hit the option tabletop. Walker coming out of the S-turn section. Oh, and Grigori looks like he's going to the inside, back in the back left corner. So Walker is going to hang on for the moto win. And it is going to be Brandon Grigori getting second. It looks like Brady Hill going to hang on to third, and we're going to get ready to go here with the 50cc riders. And that is going to be the rider on the number 2, sweeping way around the outside, but grabbing it, Cody Beckwith, the Idleman Sales, CD Davenport trucking ride. All right, leaders along the far tree line section, and another rider going really big on that first little double there in the rhythm section. And yeah, we just saw a pass for the lead there. Just trying to get a look at the number on that rider. That looked to be the 928 Nettleton with a good jump through that rhythm section along the far side of the track to move himself out to the front of the pack. So the 928 Mason Nettleton with the lead. Cody Beckwith into the second spot. And looks like the 24 of Covell trying to work his way through the pack a little bit. I believe he's up to third here as they come up with a Loctite launch. So going to have a battle for the lead as they go to the big option tabletop section. Nettleton in the back left corner. He's got a challenge going on. And here we go, leaders into the Riverside Drive tabletop section. The 928 Mason Nettleton hanging on to it into the horseshoe turn section. He is going to use that inside line, but it does look like Covell there making his way to second and challenging for the lead into the 4-pack. And up the inside, the 24 of Covell going to take it. So the Motorbikes Plus ride, Pax Racing Cobra takes over the top spot. Nettleton into second. The Idleman Sales ride of Beckwith third. There's the 43 of Franklin running in the 4th spot. And top 4 riders already breaking away from the rest of the field here. There's a 327. That is Jaden Doyen rounding out the top 5 on the 148. Kalen Housey running in 6th. The 919 of Liam Corman 7th. Merrill Cox, the 113, running in the 8th spot. Zane Von Bergen 9th. And rounding out the top 10, the 158 of Carter Hab. And your leaders along the far section of the track. They're going to watch him into that center rhythm section. Here is the 24 of Covell. Nettleton on the 928, trying to track the leader back down, make another pass back early. So Cavell, the option tabletop jump, heading off to the back left corner, hanging on to the top spot here. Nettleton second. And it looks like Beckwith hanging on to third on the Idleman Sales C.D. Davenport Trucking KTM ride. .50cc 7 to 9 riders working through their laps. 50cc 4 to 6 next off the gate. Riders knee open A and B. You should be in the staging area. Open C riders down to pre-staging. And your leader coming out of the horseshoe turn. And one more time around here to take the win for the 24, the PAX Racing ride of Owen Covell. Mason Nettleton, the 928, continues to run a solid race in the second spot here. And there is the rider on the number 2, Cody Beckwith, hanging on to the third position. All right, so one to go. We've got Covell, Mason Nettleton, Cody Beckwith, Eric Franklin, Merrill Cox, top 5. Kalen Housey still hanging on to 6th. Corman in 7th. Carter Hab going to move up into the 8th spot now. Noah Willis takes over 9th. And Zane Von Bergen on the 726, rounding out the top 10 here. Final time around for 50cc 7 to 9. So your leader at the back left corner coming into the S-turn section. So Covell coming through the horseshoe turn. And that is going to be the checkered flag. So the race win goes to the rider here on the number 24. The PAX Racing Cobra ride, the Pro Taper ride of Owen Covell with the win. And Covell taking that one in convincing fashion here. Second place rider coming into the 4-pack right before the finish is going to be the 928, Mason Nettleton, hanging on a second. And out of the 4-pack in the third spot here in the 50cc 7 to 9, the Idleman Sales C.D. Davenport Trucking KTM of Cody Beckwith. And that is the top 3 here for the 50cc 7 to 9. 43 of Franklin going to make his way through on the Shift Racing KTM to hang on to 4th. And we are looking for the 113 of Merrill Cox to hang on and round out the top 5 as we get ready to go with the 4 to 6 class riders. So Covell, Nettleton, Beckwith, Franklin, and Cox, top 5. Kalen Housey hanging on to that 6th spot on the 148. Lehman Corman on the 919. 7th, it is Noah Willis going to hang on to 8th. Zane Von Bergen up into the 9th spot. And the 158 of Carter Hab hanging on to round out the top 10 for the 7 and 9. 4 to 6 riders going to be coming off the gate next here. Take just a moment, let these riders finish out their laps as we get ready to count down the 4 to 6 gate drop here. Open A and B riders, you should be in the staging area. Open C riders should be in pre-staging. That one looked like the 901 of Ober, just edging out the 524 Mickle to grab the whole shot. So the Alias Motorbikes Plus S4MX Bell Buckley Photos Defiance Ride. And to grab the whole shot. Looks like we got some riders tangling up in turn 2 though. So leaders all the way along the straightaway on the far side of the track. Long, sandy, rough rhythm section there. That is only going to get rougher as the day goes on. And it is going to be the 113, Spencer Brodeur taking over the top spot, but Brodeur looks like he's going to go down in the off-camber turn section. So it looks like the lead is going to go to the 365 of Nick Frazier as Frazier put himself in that second spot. A little bit of trouble for Brodeur early on, and Frazier is going to get the lead. Looks like they're 901 to Ober into second. Riders going to that option tabletop section. All right, so leaders down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And it is indeed. It looks like the 365 of Frazier out front. See him going through that high line in the horseshoe turn section there. You can see the ruts are already getting so deep. He's had to paddle through there a little bit. So there is the 365 of Nicholas Frazier with the lead. The 901 Gatchel Excavation Lake Hill trackside ride of Ober trying to hang on a second. Spencer Brodeur trying to take that spot away from him. There is the 74 of Van Okie running in the 4th spot. Rounding out the top 5. Oh, tough time through the turn. Davis Jordan on the 84 almost went down in the finish turn. He's going to hang on a 5th. Mason Mickle in the 6th spot on the 524, running in 7th. On the number 11, that's the Cycle Gear Bell Twin Air Ride of Madison Casimir. Right behind her, though, running in the 8th spot, that's Jeremy Figueroa on the 100. The 12 of Wiley Makepeace running in 9th. And looks like it's going to be the 514 of Sebastian Sari trying to get that 10th spot through the 4-pack, but the 99 of Bailey on the inside going to hang on to it. So leaders back up the center rhythm section. Looks like Brodeur able to get around into second. So Frazier, Brodeur, and Ober now the top three as they head down that roller section to the center field turn. And Brodeur on the charge now into that sweeping right-hander right before the option tabletop. He had the early lead and was looking like he wanted to stay there, having a little bit of trouble coming down that left-hand side. But going back after it here. So Frazier out of the S-turn section down the Riverside Drive. And Brodeur, both riders gonna go wide there. All right, Frazier on the outside in the 4-pack. He's going to close back up to the inside, that little high line and that little hump before the turn. 1 lap to go. And again, Frazier taking a lot of chances with those outside lines. And coming out of turn 2. We're going to watch the battle for the lead heading down the right-hand side here. So final time around, Nick Frazier, Spencer Brodeur, Austin Ober, top 3. Mason Mickle moves to 4th. There's a 74 of Van Oki rounding out the top 5. And here we go, all the way on the far side of the track. Brodeur making a run at the lead. Frazier able to hold a smooth line on the inside. Brodeur got himself a little out of shape on that outside line, it looked like. So final time up the center rhythm section, the off-camber turn. Both riders going to use that high line on the inside. So Nicholas Frazier trying to hold off Spencer Brodeur for the win here. Ober right behind the battle going on there in 3rd. As they come up and over the Loctite launch, final time around here. Again, into that sweeper right before the tabletop. That big option jump. Brodeur getting around the outside, but can't make the pass, but he is going after him. Going to have the inside line coming back into the back left corner. And across the inside, the 113, he's going to make the pass. So the 113, Spencer Brodeur gets around into the top spot. And that is going to be one more time into the finish line turn, the checkered flag, and the raised win. Had to work for that one. The 113 is Spencer Brodeur. 365, Nick Frazier across the line, 2nd. And the alias Motorbikes Plus, Bell, Buckley Photos, Lake Hill Trackside, Gatchel Excavation Ride of Austin Ober going to hang on a 3rd. Looks like the 524 of Mason Mickle going to make his way down into the 4-pack right before the finish to hang on a 4th. And looking to see if the 74 of Van Oki can hang on around out the top 5 here. Open A and B next off the start gate. Riders in the Open C, you should be in the staging area. 85 A and B riders, you should be down in pre-staging. Do have a rider celebrating a birthday with us here this weekend. I want to say happy birthday to Nick Dabrowski. On behalf of everybody here at Winchester Speedpark, happy birthday, Nick. Hope you have a great weekend of racing with us here. So there is the 74. Van Oakley is going to hang on to round out the top 5. All right, so winding down the 50cc 4 to 6 class here as we got the open A and B riders on the track. Right off the gate on the 238 Suzuki, the No Limits ride of Ben Robinson with the hole shot. Robinson had that gate timed perfectly. So up the center rhythm section, 238 of Robinson holding down the top spot. He has got a pack of riders chasing him down here. Josh Clark on the 23 up in the mix. I believe that was Casey Stewart up into the top 5 as well. And it looks like Clark going after the lead in the back left corner. Robinson going to hold him off. Up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop section of the horseshoe turn. Robinson holds down the top spot. Clark in second. And Kawasaki riders sweeping up into that third spot there. Clark takes the lead. 238 of Robinson hanging on a second. Ryan Dowd sweeps the outside after the finish to move to third on the 716. And it's going to be Kyle Bushy in fourth. Jesse Bork rounding out the top 5 on the 29. Casey Stewart in 6th. Brian Borgasani 7th. Ricky Dupre 8th. Sean Shepard 9th. And Scott Iverson, the 4-5-6, going to round out the top 10 on lap 1. Now you see Ryan Dowd closing up the gap on Robinson. That'll be the battle for second. End of that long straightaway. Dowd all over the back tire of the 238 Suzuki. And there you see Dowd switching back to the outside line in that center turn. Trying to get the slingshot around the outside, but it looked like Robinson was able to anticipate that. So they'll switch it back up into that option tabletop. Clark giving a little look over his shoulder there as he hits the 110. So 3 riders battling for the lead in the back left corner section of the track. Josh Clark, Ben Robinson, and Ryan Dowd. Dowd still working on Robinson, trying to get to that second spot. The AC Clark is going to uncork the table to single. Dowd does it as well. And Ryan Dowd putting heavy pressure on Ben Robinson, trying to get that second spot. He's going to make the pass right in the finish line turn. So Ryan Dowd not going to be denied that second spot. He's going to have to chase after Josh Clark now, see if he can chase him down. 238 of Bushy still hanging on to 4th. Jesse Bork rounding out the top 5. Casey Stewart still trying to get into the top 5 in the 6th spot here. All right, down along the tree line straightaway, and it is on. Ryan Dowd all on the gas here as he closes right up on Clark. Here we go. Dowd trying to set something up on the inside line to the off camber. Clark's got the outside. That's a fast line around the outside, so he's going to hold the top spot. But Ryan Dowd switching up the lines there. So you can see him trying to go to work, pick out a spot where he can try to make a pass. So see your top 2 riders there uncorking that table to single on the Riverside Drive section. Clark and Dowd still 1 and 2. There's Robinson, the 238 No Limit Suzuki rider, hanging on at 3rd. Kyle Bushy, the North Star Motorsports Weber Discount Fuel Slate Valley Automotive ride, continues in the 4th spot. Jesse Bork rounding out the top 5. Casey Stewart going to have his hands full here. The 19 of Brian Borgasani closes up the gap on him. So 2 to go here for the Open A and B. As Ryan Dowd still trying to track down Josh Clark for the lead here. Clark opening up just a little bit more of a gap. About a 1.5 seconds separating 1st and 2nd as we watch them come up the center rhythm section. And Ryan Dowd still working those alternate lines, trying to find a way around. So this is the Open A and B. Open C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 85 A and B, you should be in the staging area. 85 C riders down to pre-staging. And problems for Ryan Dowd. Not sure what's happened there with the 716. Clark is coming around way out front. Robinson 2nd. Bushy moves to 3rd. Jesse Bork now 4th. And it is going to be Stewart getting around into the top 5. Ryan Dowd rolling through that quad section. And not sure what is up there, if that's mechanical or physical, but he is well off the pace. And he's going to finish this one out, it looks like, but way, way off the pace. So not sure what happened there on the 716. So Clark going to have an easy ride of it here with the one lap board out. As I said, Ryan Dowd charging after him there. I didn't see exactly what happened. Dowd going to ride this one out, but well off the pace he was at. Robinson gets that second spot. We'll see if Bushy can track him down, but a little bit of a gap between that second and third place spot. So Bushy going to have his hands full trying to make that happen. Well, Clark heading off at the back left corner here. Final time through. And Clark still airing out the table to single there on the Riverside Drive section. At this point, he doesn't have to do that, but what the heck, why not? It's fun. And that'll be the checkered flag, the race win for the Clark's Racing Shift Factory Connection ride. That is Josh Clark with the moto win. The No Limits Suzuki ride, the 238 of Ben Robinson, going to hang on a second. And Kyle Bushy, the North Star Motorsports Slate Valley Automotive Weber Discount Fuels ride, hangs on a third. Jesse Bork on the 29 Suzuki in fourth. Whoa, Clark. I'm sorry, Casey Stewart on the 21 just swapped himself sideways through the quad section there. Made me forget his name. I don't know how he kept that bike under him, but somehow he did manage to keep it under him and keep that fifth place spot. And that'll do it for the Open AB. A little grooming in the front section of the track here before we get underway with Open C riders. Do have another rider celebrating a birthday here this weekend with us, Keegan Keogh, rider on the 01. Happy birthday, Keegan. Keegan's 22 years old to be voting. He's going to get a job at the factory now. He'll be all set to go. All right, here we go, Open C. Kelsey with a good jump on the inside on the 214, but the 301 of Tanner Herron, I think, had the inside line for the whole shot. And Herron just about dug that front tire in going through the start turn. He stayed up, so he'll stay up to the front of the pack here. Now we have got a freight train running down the far side of the track there, the tree line straightaway all the way to that sharp left-hand 180. And it looks like the 30 of Brandon Galasher, the KTM rider, taking the lead away. Tanner Herron into the second spot. All right, leaders into the option tabletop section here off to the back left corner. So there he's leading down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. Looks like it is the 30 KTM of Brandon Galasher out front with the lead here into the horseshoe turn. So there is the leader on the 30 KTM, the Manchester Sports Center rider, Brandon Galasher. On the 301, it's Tanner Herron in the second spot. Nice run for the 25. Dominic Pizzoni going to get up into third. 63 O'Reilly Maynard on the inside and fourth, trying to take that spot away. Can't get it there. Chris Tebow, the 121 Suzuki, rounds out the top five. Joe Guerra on the 706 in the sixth spot. On the 214 Honda, Kyle Kelsey in seventh. Zach Herworth on the 137 in eighth. It's a Jordan Magora ninth. And the 306 of Ethan Worm rounding out the top 10 on lap one here. Open C riders on the track. Race number 7 here in the first half. Some great racing here for round 13 for the Winchester Speedpark Motocross Series. And once again, hope everyone enjoying the live streaming we have going on here this weekend. As we watch Galish here on the number 30, working his way on the tree line section. So picking up your leader in the back left corner on the number 30 KTM ride. So Galish holding the lead to 301. Herron in the second spot. Pizzonia on the 25, battling for that third position. Riley Maynard trying to take it away. We'll see if the 25 of Pizzonia can hang on to it. We got 2 to go. And here's another battle going on for the 5th spot. The 121, Chris Tebow trying to hold off the 706. That is Joe Guerra and the 214 of Kyle Kelsey. So Tebow going to have 2 riders trying to take that spot away here on the final lap. So 2 to go. The 30 Galish heading down that roller section out to the center field turn. Tanner Herron on the 301, maintaining that second spot. Pizzonia still holding off Riley Maynard for third. And it looks like Tebow on the 121, still hanging on to that 5th place spot. So Open C riders working through their laps here. 85 A and B next off the gate. 85 C riders, you should be in the staging area. 30 plus A and B down to pre-staging. Have attention, please. William Hopkins, please go down to the sign-up office. William Hopkins, please go down to the sign-up office. Galish, Herron, and Pizzonia still top 3. Maynard again going to make a run at the 25 of Pizzonia. And this is final time around, so the 63 going to have to make it happen now if it's going to happen. Tebow on the 121 giving himself some breathing room in 5th now. So he's finally able to shake the 706 of Joe Guerra. Guerra going to still have his hands full, as he's got the 214 of Kyle Kelsey and the 324 of Dylan Tardif. 7th and 8th right behind him, Tom Heath in 9th. And the 93 Magora rounding out the top 10 here as we work through the final lap for Open C. All right, so you lead it coming out of the horseshoe turn section. We're looking for the 30 KTM rider. Gelish here down the left-hand side. He is going to take that spot. Oh, a little trouble there at the top of the horseshoe, but able to get through cleanly. So he is going to come down and grab the checkered flag and the race win here in the Open C. So the Manchester Sports Center KTM rider, Brandon Gelish here with the win. 301 of Herring going to hang on to that second spot, and the 63 of Maynard able to put the pressure on Pizzonia, make the pass into third. So the 25 Yamaha ride, Pizzonia going to finish it up in fourth. And a 121 Suzuki, that is Chris Debo. He's going to round out the top five. That'll do it for the Open C. We've got 85 A and B riders next off the start straight. So 85 A and B next down into the first turn here. 85 C riders should be in staging, 30 A and B in pre-staging. And here we go, 30 card goes up. Big jump up the center, rider on the 144, the Hop Racing ride of Austin Capricornitis. Perfect timing on the gate for the 144 ride as he had that one right over the top of the gate. So there is the 144. Capricornitis is going to make his way back up that center rhythm section out in front. On the 111, that's the Chaplin Motorsports ride of Larry Fortin up into second. 26, Cactus Jack's ride of Justin Allen into third as they go to the off-camber turn section. So top three riders heading up and over the option jump there. Capricornitis, Fortin, and Allen. Off to the back left corner here. So there's your leader up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop challenge for that second spot. Fortin trying to hang on to it. Justin Allen trying to take it away early. Pair of Kawasaki riders come into the horseshoe turn section. You see the 111 uses the inside line. Allen goes around the outside. And both riders still trying to track down the 144 Hop Racing KTM ride. As Austin Capricornitis hangs on to the top spot. There's Fortin in second on the Chaplin Motorsports ride. Pilgrim Power Sports Cactus Jack's ride. Allen in third. There's a 718 running in fourth. That's Jack Zarsi, the Factory Connection Top Gear MX rider. 48 of Alex Fenoff rounding out the top five. Then you got the 35 of Aiden LaFlamme in sixth. Brian Russell, the 101. Scott Concrete rider running in seventh. Sam St. Laurent, the Manchester Sports Center ride in eighth. Grant LaFrance ninth. And the 122, Jared Rosa, is going to round out the top 10 here on lap one. And they see Capricornitis at the end of that rhythm section along the far side of the track, holding down the top spot as he comes up into the center. About the same gap between Fortin and the 26 of Allen, so no change in that battle right there. And there you see the 718 Zarsi and the 48 of Fenoff through the off-camber turn. They've got a battle going on as Fenoff trying to take that fourth spot away. And top three riders here airing out that 105-foot option tabletop jump. Capricornitis, Fortin, and Allen all hanging that one out. So Capricornitis trying to hold on to the top spot here. Larry Fortin trying to track him down, but he's got to deal with the 26 of Allen trying to take his spot away. So we've got a good battle going on front of the pack here, 85 AB. .46, 48 of Fenoff gets around to fourth. That's going to put the 718 Azarsi into fifth. And Russell on the 101, going to move up a couple of spots. He takes over the sixth spot on that Scott Concrete ride. Manchester Sports Center, Steve Balboni, Factory Connection, Thunderbolt MX ride of Sam St. Laurent, going to move to seventh. LaFlamme in eighth. It looks like it's going to be the 624 running in the ninth spot. So Grant LaFrance still ninth, and there is the 122 of Rosa rounding out the top 10. So clicking off the laps here in 85 AB. And still that battle heats up for the second spot. Allen and Fortin going at it. And that battle for second place pushing them right up onto the pace of the leader as the 144 starting to lose that gap out front. Again, all three of those riders going for that big 100-foot tabletop extension. Not really the distance on that jump, it's the landing. As with most things, going up real easy, going down is the tough part. And that's a real soft landing at the far extension of that. So if you hit that wrong, it is going to take all your momentum away. Capricornitis using the outside line in the horseshoe. A little trouble getting out of the turn there. He almost gave away the top spot. And we are down to 2 to go. So Austin Capricornitis, Larry Fortin, and Justin Allen. Oh, Allen having problems coming out of the horseshoe. He's going to give the third spot up. So Fenoff is going to get third. Zarsi will move to fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 127 of St. Laurent taking over the fifth spot as Allen trying to get moving still. So tough break for the rider on the 26. All the way out on the far side, and Capricornitis stretching out the lead a little bit on that run he had along the tree line straightaway. Really good run on that straightaway that time through. Fortin still in second as we watch him come back up into that center rhythm section. And the 111 continues to charge. So this is 85 AB out on the track, race number 8 in the order. 85 novice riders next off the gate. Riders into 30 AB, you should be in staging. 30 plus C riders in pre-staging. And that time around, Capricornitis scrubs off the extension. Fortin still hits it. And that is going to gain him a little time. Both riders using that high inside line in the horseshoe turn. And 1 to go. We'll see if the 144 can hang on to it. Fortin is going to put the charge on here. Oh, feet off the pegs coming out of the start turn. So you could definitely say the 111 hanging it out a little bit here, trying to chase down the 144. And we're going to have a good battle on the final lap. Fenoff on the 48, still maintaining third. Zarsi fourth. There is the 127 of St. Laurent rounding out the top five. All right, end of that straightaway along the trees. And again, the 111, nice run through there. And Fortin about as close as he's been here. He's going to try to work the inside line in the off camber. That is going to pull him up alongside. Watch him in the center turn, see if he can get that inside line into the Loctite launch. Oh, coming out almost side by side. All right, now let's see if the 144 does it this time around. He is going to air that one out. So he felt the pressure from the last time around. Fortin on the 111 all over the back tire of Austin Capricornitis, back left corner. All right, down the Riverside Drive section. Capricornitis has to use that inside line. Got to protect the inside in that one with a rider right on you like Fortin is. Here we go into the quad section right before the finish. Oh, and down he goes. The 144 goes down. So Fortin on the Chapman Motorsports ride gets the win. Oh, Capricornitis down hard. And there you see Fortin on the 111 going back through the finish there, making sure the guy he was battling with is going to be all right, and he is okay as he gets across the line. So good sportsmanship there for the 111 Chapman Motorsports ride. Fenoff will hang on to third, Zarsi fourth, and there is the 127 of Sam St. Laurent rounding out the top five. And got to say, hats off to the 111 and Fortin there. Good show of sportsmanship as he had a good battle going with Capricornitis. Saw the guy go down and went over to check on him after the finish there. Really like to see that stuff. All right, here we go. 85C going to pile down the start straight. And it is going to be the rider on the 45, Colby DeWolf with the hole shot. The 465 of Devin O'Leary. I think he went farther off the bike than he did on the bike at the start there, but rolled himself up into a standing position and took off. So O'Leary got the ragdoll at the start, but somehow managed to get himself into a ball there and keep himself protected. So he's up and on the way. We'll pick up the battle out at the back section of the track here. All right, looks like it is the 823 of Milton out front with the early lead here. Kawasaki rider looks like he's gotten to the front of the pack. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. That might be the 813 of Cody Sheedy. My mistake there. Kawasaki rider as well. So I believe that's actually the 813 of Sheedy with the lead. Got a better look at them as they make their way back down towards the front here. No question about who it is on the track. The 85 C riders are out there right now. Again, O'Leary getting the worst of it at the start there, but good to see the Husqvarna rider get up and get back on the bike. So lead is out of the S-turn section. We're going to watch him down the Riverside Drive into the tabletop here. And it is indeed the 813 of Sheedy with the lead. On the 45, it's Colby DeWolf hanging on to the second spot. Cody Sheedy with the lead. Oh, DeWolf going to get past here on the 106. Jake McKenna takes the second spot away. So Cody Sheedy with the lead. Jake McKenna in second, Kobe DeWolf third, Jason Vigor on the 383 in fourth. Rounding out the top five on the McAllen Construction ride, that's the 734 of Aiden Klingen. Hunter Loomis, the rider on the 97, running in sixth. Zach Von Bergen in seventh, Nicholas Abernatz running in eighth. Logan Tristani on the number 9 County Ambulance 100% Aussie Steak and Eggs ride running in ninth. And Nick Dabrowski on the 638, rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. There you see leader coming up that center rhythm section. Cody Sheedy on the 813 trying to hold on to the lead. Jake McKenna, the 106 Yamaha rider, trying to close up the gap on him. And Klingen to McAllen Construction Yamaha rider battling into that third spot, it looks like now. So 2 to go here, and it is Cody Sheedy, Jake McKenna, still 1 and 2. Solid run for the 734 as Aiden Klingen moves himself up into third on that lap. Colby DeWolf going to drop down out of the top 3 here. Looks like it is going to be the rider on the 383 moving up. So Jason Vigor takes over fourth. Colby DeWolf now rounding out the top 5, but he's got Hunter Loomis on the 97 right on him there. We'll see if DeWolf can hang on to a top 5 spot. He's got 2 more times around to battle and hang on to it. Jabrowski up to 7th, Tristani 8th, Nick DeRoma 9th, and Chris Boucher on the 51. Going to move up to round out the top 10 now. So Cody Sheedy, Jake McKenna, 1 and 2 as they head up and over the option tabletop jump. Aiden Klingen still battling with Jason Vigor for that third spot. And looks like Kobe DeWolf, the 45 rider, still rounding out the top 5 as we work through the laps here. 85 C riders on the track. Race number 9 in the order. 30+ A and B riders next off the gate. Riders in the 30C, you should be in the staging area. 50cc open riders down to pre-staging. And here we go. Sheedy has the outside line into the finish line turn. Here comes the 106 of McKenna up the inside. Yamaha rider makes the pass into the lead. So Jake McKenna takes the top spot away from Cody Sheedy with 1 lap to go. McAllen Construction Yamaha ride of Klingen hanging on to that third spot. It is still Jason Vigor in fourth. Kobe DeWolf rounding out the top five, but DeWolf has his hands full. Nick Dabrowski, the 638, right on him, and Hunter Loomis on the 97, not far off that battle either. So absolutely beautiful weekend here at Winchester Speedpark. Great day for racing here as we work through round 13, the final round of the Motocross Racing Series for 2015 here at Winchester. I want to remind folks, we are going to be back here next Sunday with NESC. Don't forget, if you want to get some more racing in on this race course here, Sunday, NESC going to be here racing with us, so you can get on back here, get some more time in on the Winchester course. And once again, want to send a big shout out to all of the vendors and sponsors here, helping us out, helping make things happen all year long here at Winchester Speedpark. You know, a lot of these things do not happen without folks that have that kind of support for us. And making sure riders have what they need weekend in and weekend out also. So we want to send a big thanks out to the folks from Factory Connection. Big part of the event here. FC Mike in the house. Factory Connection, the #1 name in suspension tuning here for years in New England and all over the United States, all over the world. You see the #1 plates on the rigs. That does not happen by accident. So big thanks to the folks from Factory Connection. Of course, Aggressive Graphics in the house as well. Trackside lettering, custom jersey numbering lettering, custom pre-printed graphics for any bike size or style. And of course, they're doing the 100% goggle raffle to benefit the Kirk Caselli Foundation today. So make sure you get those tickets. 151 Brands clothing, casual clothing from 151 Brands. Buy one, get one free as they blow out the 2015 stuff today. So make sure you get on down there and say hi to them at the 151 Brands rig. And of course, Paul from Buckley Photos, the only name in moto photography here for 30 years. Checkered flag going to come out. The 106 almost throws it away in the turn, but he's going to hang on to it. Jake McKenna takes the win. There is the 813 of Cody Sheedy across the line in second. 734 McAllen Construction Yamaha through the 4-pack into the finish line turn to hang on to third. That's Aiden Klingen. 383 of Jason Vigor fourth. And it is going to be the 45 of Kobe DeWolf hanging on to that fifth spot as we get ready to go now with the 30-plus A and B. All right, so 30 A and B out front in the 30 gate drop on the 29 Suzuki. That's Jesse Bork. And in the 30B on the 455, that is going to be Walt Miller with the whole shot. right, so down to the horseshoe turn section, picking up your leader here in the 30A. It is the 29 of Jesse Bork. So Bork holding down the top spot. There is the 91 running in the second spot. That is Mike Treadwell. On the 96, running in third on lap 1, that is Will Hopkins. Running fourth on the 13, Fox Racing Suzuki, is Rich Frank. Rounding out the top 5 here on lap 1, going to be the rider on the 181. That is the Honda ride of Jim DeGray. Camilio in 6th, Shane Del Grosso, the 151 Designs rider, in 7th. Joe Casimir in 8th, Heath Frazier 9th, and Greg Landry rounding out the top 10 for the A class. 30B, there's the 58. That is Jeff Hab out in front on the Honda ride. Running in second for the B class, going to be the rider on the 320. That is Brendan Johnson. Jamie Hunkler, the Wheels Power Sports, Boron Construction Fly Racing rider, in third. Brent Lacoste, the Paul's Towing and Auto KTM rider, running in fourth. Walt Miller rounds out the top 5. And it's Aaron Brodeur 6th, Sean Flaherty 7th, CJ Rousseau 8th, Nathan Straught 9th, and Kerry Baker going to round out the top 10 for the B class there on lap 1. So Bork stretching out the lead in the 30A. So Jesse Bork, Mike Treadwell, Will Hopkins still top 3 here in the 30A. 13 of Rich Frank coming through in the 4th spot. Camilo going to make some moves around to get into 5th now on the 14. And there's the 58. That is Jeff Hab, your leader in the B class. Trying to hold off the 320 of Brandon Johnson. Wheels Power Sports rider Jamie Hunkler still hanging on to that 3rd spot. There is Walt Miller 4th. And a 241, Brodeur rounding out the top 5. So 30-plus A and B riders on the track. Race number 10 here in the first half for round 13 of the Winchester Speedpark Series, final of our motocross rounds here this year. And as I said earlier, we do have the folks from NESC going to be visiting us on Sunday next week. So Sunday the 18th, if you want to get back here and do some more racing on the motocross track, folks from NESC will be here. And of course, all racers are welcome. 30C rider is going to be next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc Open, you should be in the staging area. 250 A and B riders down to pre-staging. So the 29, Bork, making his way through the horseshoe turn section. Suzuki rider into the 4-pack, and it looks like this time around going to be the 2-lap board out for Bork. Treadwell into the 4-pack, hanging onto that 2nd spot. And there is the 96. So Will Hopkins still sitting in that 3rd position. No change at the front of the pack in the 30A. And there is the 58 of Hab, still holding on to lead in the 30B. Brendan Johnson, the 320 rider, coming through in second. Jamie Hunkler in third. Brodeur makes a move around to fourth and can put Walt Miller into fifth. I gotta tell you, that 171 Hunkler, a tough dude. You guys are with us racing for the New England Regional Championship weekend. Hunkler went down in one of his races, cut his hand up pretty badly, like badly enough that they had to stitch it. Stitched it up, put the gloves back on, went out and won a championship. So Hunkler able to get it done out there. And good to see him back out and racing with us again. Working through the final couple of laps here in the 30AB. And there is Bork down to the horseshoe turn section, so your leader in the 30A making his way through. So down to just one to go here in the 30AB. And a little change of fortune there as Jeff Hab having problems in the 30B. 320, and Brendan Johnson taking the lead. Hunkler moves to second. Aaron Brodeur in third. Walt Miller moves to fourth. And there's Hab coming around in fifth. Doesn't look like he went down. He might have just stalled the bike out in the back section there. So tough break for the rider on the 58. As we see Bork on the 29 cruising into the horseshoe turn section there, just taking it easy on the final time through. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win on the Alias Suzuki ride going to go to Jesse Bork. On the Alias Factory Connection Motorsports Nation KTM ride, of course, that is going to be Mike Treadwell across the line in second. Will Hockman's the 96 going to hang on to third. Looks like Rich Frank on the 13 Fox Racing ride, going to be fourth for the 30A. Camilio will round out the top five. And look and see if Johnson can hang on for the win in the 30B with Hunkler and Brodeur second and third. But we're going to get ready to go now with the 30C. And that one was a 2:52. That is Rob Charlin with the whole shot there. And Brendan Johnson does hang on for the win in the 30B. So the 320 gets the win in the 30B. Aaron Brodeur across the line second. Wheels Power Sports rider Jamie Hunkler third. So leaders back up the center rhythm section here for the 30C. Trying to get a little number of the leader there. Couldn't quite make that one out, so we'll wait for him to make the way back down towards the finish line turn here. It does look like 252 Charlin. So Rob Charlin, the 252, the rider out front with the lead here. On the 408, that is Jeff Jacobs, Suzuki rider in the second spot. 117 and Greg Smith in third. On the 414, that is going to be Scott McCrae fourth. And 373 rounding out the top five is Kyle Lucchese. Eric Franklin on the 43 running in the sixth spot. Running seventh, it's going to be the rider on the 420 Honda. That is Brian Jones. Justin Dwyer, the 383 in eighth. And it is going to be Steve Miss, the 806 ninth. Frank Capuzzo rounds out the top 10 on the 227 ride. So leader up that center rhythm section. And it looks like the 414 of McCrae making the pass on Greg Smith to take over third. He's now closed up on Jeff Jacobs. That'll be the battle for second. The 408 Suzuki heading down that roller section under pressure now. So there's the 252 ride. Rob Charlin trying to hold on. Jeff Jacobs starting to put the pressure on him on the 408. McCrae had a little off-track excursion there as he got himself into the bales, it looked like. And that has taken him away from the battle for second. Lucchese still in fourth, and Greg Smith, the 117, rounding out the top five. Coming out of that center field turn, good run at it as the 408 Suzuki ride. Jeff Jacobs put the pass on. So Sharlin going to drop back to second. Jacobs gets around to the lead. So nice setup on the pass here. The 408 looked like he switched up lines going back to that center field turn. Got himself to the inside and just came right up there and made the pass into the lead. So 1 to go. See if Jeff Jacobs can hang on for the win here. 252 of Sharlin in second. Did Jacobs just pull off? And I think the 408 pulled off the track. Oh, Jacobs there, a little bit of a lapse in concentration. And he just handed the leader back the top spot. So Sharlin gets back to the lead. McRae to second, Lucchese third, Smith fourth, and I think Franklin got to fifth before Jacobs realized he had pulled off early there. And Scott McRae getting new life now as he's battling after the lead here as Sharlin's right in front of him. So out of the S-turn section, Sharlin going to go to the inside. McRae switches to the outside. Go, horseshoe turn. Again, Sharlin uses the inside line, McRae the outside. He's trying to hold momentum here. 4-pack into the finish line turn. Let's see who's going to take it. And McRae horsepowers through to get the win. That is a finish line turn pass right there for Scott McRae as he takes the win by less than a half a second, 0.25. Sharlin will finish second. 373. Lucchese going to bring it across the line to hang on to that third spot. Jacobs will get fourth. Actually, I'm sorry, Smith will get fourth, and Jacobs will round out the top 5. So tough break there for the 408 Suzuki, pulling off the track early. We got 50cc Open riders next off the gate here. So 50cc Open getting set to fire down the start line. 250 A and B, you should be in the staging area. 250 C riders, you should be in pre-staging. And the 113 of Brodeur, the number 2 of Cody Beckwith, both charging up through the pack there. I think Beckwith able to get the advantage and grab the whole shot. So leaders along the far tree line straightaway. They're going to make that right-hander up into the center rhythm section. So Beckwith with the lead. Looks like the 928 of Nettleton into second. Merrill Cox, I'm sorry, the 113 of Spencer Brodeur into third. So leaders into the option tabletop jump. It is the number 2 Idleman Sales CD Davenport Truck and KTM Ride. Cody Beckwith with the lead. Looks like the 928 of Mason Nettleton in second. The 113 X Spencer Brodeur running in third as they go to the back left corner here on lap 1. Beckwith goes to the outside through the horseshoe turn. Nettleton to the inside. A little look over there. Things getting rough. Beckwith getting bounced around coming into that 4-pack. 2-lap board is going to be out. So the Idleman Sales CD Davenport Trucking Ride of Cody Beckwith with the lead. Mason Nettleton in second. There is the 113. That is Merrill Cox up into third. So actually that was Merrill Cox, not Spencer Brodeur in third. 901, Austin Ober in fourth on the Alias Motorbikes Plus Bell Buckley Photos Ride. Jaden Doyen rounds out the top 5 on the 327. Mason Mickle, the 524 in sixth. Running in seventh here on lap 1 for the 50 Open. It is going to be the rider on the 158, Carter Hab. Nicholas Frazier, 8th. Kalen Housey, 9th. And Liam Corman, the 919, rounds out the top 10. All right, so Beckwith continues with the lead. Nettleton right behind him up that center rhythm section. Here we go. Nettleton going to switch up to the inside. Can't quite get there that time around, but he lets him know he's there. And this time around, it is going to be Nettleton going to the inside again before the Loctite launch. And Nettleton makes the pass. He's going to have the inside line here to try to give himself a little more ground. So the 928 takes the top spot away. So down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. Working through a little bit of traffic there, and it is going to be the 928 Mason Nettleton to the horseshoe turn with the lead now in the 50cc Open. Beckwith on the Idleman Sales CD Davenport Trucking Ride right behind him in second. So 1 to go. As Mason Nettleton leads the 9 on the 928, Cody Beckwith in second. And good battle going on for this third spot. Merrill Cox has got it on the 113. The 327, Jaden Doyen in fourth, trying to take it away. And it's the 901 Defiance Motor Lifestyle Gatchel Excavation Lake Hill Trackside Ride. Austin Ober rounding out the top 5. But Ober going to deal with the pressure of Mason Mickle. He's right there with him. Hab on the 158 running in 7th with the 113 of Spencer Brodeur right on him in 8th. Here's Nick Frazier still ninth. Liam Corman rounding out the top 10 on the 919. Very competitive day here in the 50cc Open. As we watch the 928 and Nettleton making his way back up that center rhythm section. And there is Beckwith right behind him. As you can see, solid gap on the rest of the field for the top two riders. So 50cc Open working through their laps here. And looks like Beckwith having a little trouble out in the center turns. That's going to give Nettleton all kinds of breathing room at the front of the pack now. As Beckwith looked like he might have stuck the front end in that center turn. Back up and running, doesn't lose the second spot, but he is going to lose a lot of track position. So Mason Nettleton going to have a clear sailing for the next half a lap here. So 250 A and B riders next off the gate. 250 C riders, you should be in the staging area. And 65 A and B down to pre-staging. And your leader into the four-pack section right before the finish. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win for the 928 of Mason Nettleton. Second spot on the Eidelman Sales CD Davenport Trucking ride goes to Cody Beckwith. Solid run for Beckwith there as he was charging all the way through. Jaden Doyen taking that third spot away on the final lap. So Doyen gets third, Merrill Cox across the line fourth. And it's going to be the Alias, Motorbikes Plus, Bell Helmets, Buckley Photos, Defiance Motor Lifestyle, Gatchel Excavation, Lake Hill Trackside Ride of Austin Ober, hanging on to round out the top five. And that is going to do it for the 50cc Open. 250 A and B rider is going to fire down the start line next. So just letting 50cc riders finish out their laps here from the 50cc Open as we get ready to go with the 250 A and B. And that is going to be the 238. No big surprise to see the No Limits Suzuki ride of Ben Robinson with another good start. He's going to grab the whole shot for the A gate drop. And here we go with the B riders. Tough one to call there. Ricky Dupre on the 633 had the inside line. I think he might have hung on to it. But Cameron Dufault, the 41, charging up that middle section there. So it looks like Robinson, Clark, and the 308 of Lostrom, the top three now in the 250A as they come through the inside. Battle for the lead in the B, going to come up that center rhythm section. And that's going to be the 111 of Jared Basheri getting out in front of the Bellray Village Barn Sports Bar rider Andrew Daly. Basheri trying to hold that top spot, and Daly trying to get back at him quickly here as they come into the inside with the option tabletop jump. Lead is in the A class coming down to the horseshoe turn. So Ben Robinson, Josh Clark, and a 308 at Lofstrom. That's your top three. Treadwell in fourth. Ryan Dowd rounding out the top five, and I got to say, I know Dowd had some problems earlier in the day, and don't know if he's a little off the pace as a result of that. 625, Pat Carino coming through in the sixth spot, and it's going to be the 111, Jared Basheri getting through the four-pack with the lead in the B class. Andrew Daly on the 147, Manchester Sports and a Honda ride in second. It is the 19 of Brian Borgasani running in third. Ricky Dupre in fourth, and rounding out the top five on the 43, that is Sean Shepard. Looks like Nolan Fiella in sixth, Kevin Hill seventh, Shannon Fleming eighth, Cameron Dufault ninth, and Kyle Russo rounding out the top 10 for the B class. As Clark going after the lead now as he gets around the outside on Robinson. So Josh Clark taking the top spot away now in the A class. That'll drop Robinson back to second. And Robinson going to have to deal with Lofstrom and Treadwell here as they are running third and fourth. Basheri into the option jump as he continues to lead in the B class. Daly in the second spot. So Josh Clark stretching out the lead in the 250A. Robinson still second, Lofstrom in third. Lofstrom working on that second spot. Treadwell fourth. And there is Ryan Dowd rounding out the top five. There is the leader in the B class through that four-pack section into the finish line turn. Solid run for Basheri. Here we go. Challenge for the second spot. Borgasani going after the 147 of Daly. And Daly, nice line selection coming out of the turn there to hold the spot. But Brian Borgasani going to continue to put the pressure on him. So it is Jared Basheri, Andrew Daly, Brian Borgasani, top three in the 250B. Josh Clark, Ben Robinson, Will Lofstrom, top three in the 250A. As we continue to click off the laps, race number 13 in the order out on the track here. 250C going to be next off the gate. Bringing 65 A and B riders down into staging, 65 C in pre-staging. Ryan Dowd picking up a spot now as he gets around Treadwell. And Jared Basheri continues to stretch out the lead in the B class. The battle continues for second. Here comes the 19. Borghesani going to try and split it up here. Daly holds him off. And into the highway stretch, Borghesani puts the inside line in, makes the move on the 147 of Daly. Can't make it stick though. This is the battle on the track right now, as it is going to finally be the 19 of Borghesani. It looks like making the pass into second. See if Daly can take it back here into the horseshoe turn. I'm sorry, the off-camber turn. But no, Borghesani is going to make it stick, so he will take the second spot away as we watch Basheri up and over the Loctite launch with the lead. And out of the horseshoe turn section, here is your leader in the A class coming down to the finish line turn. And that is the two-lap board for the Shift Racing Yamaha ride of Josh Clark. Robinson still hanging on to second. Lofstrom trying to take that spot away from him. Just cannot find a way around. Oh, he's a little off shape there. And Ryan Dowd takes advantage as Lofstrom got a little off the line. And Dowd right there to take advantage of that mistake. That is also going to give Robinson a little more breathing room with that second spot for the A class. Basheri and the 19 of Borghesani, 1 and 2 here in the B. And Sean Shepard going to take that third spot away as he moves around the 147 of Daly. So Shepard to third, Daly drops down to fourth. And Ricky Dupre now rounding out the top 5. Ryan Dowd making the move around into third, and he is putting a bead on Robinson here. Robinson scrubbing off the speed there on the Riverside Drive tabletop. Ryan Dowd goes for it. 1 to go as Clark comes over the finish line jump. So final time around, Clark with a solid lead. It is Ben Robinson trying to hang on a second with Ryan Dowd putting the pressure on him here. Jared Basheri, the 111 KTM, coming across the finish line, solid lead in the B class. Borghesani able to work his way up into second after a good battle with the 147 of Andrew Daly. So you see Clark up and over the Loctite launch. Robinson going to come up over the top here. And there is Ryan Dowd. So Dowd continues to stalk the 238 of Robinson on the final lap here. There you see Clark airing out the table to signal on the Riverside Drive section. Final time into the horseshoe turn. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win for the Shift Racing. Clark's Racing Yamaha ride of Josh Clark. Oh, look at this. Robinson hanging on to that second spot. Ryan Dowd almost giving up third to Will Lofstrom there. Lofstrom across the line 4. Treadwell rounds out the top 5. And the race win in the B on the 111 KTM. Jared Basheri with the win. It's going to be the 19 of Brian Borgasani hanging on to second. And looks like Sean Shepard, the 43, going to give that third spot back to the 147 of Andrew Daly. So the Manchester Sports Center rider Daly will get third. And here we go with 250C. And that was the 29. Looked like Sam Andrews pitching right up the center. Maximum throttle to the turn to grab the hole shot here for 250C. So it is the 29, Sam Andrews with the lead. Looks to be the 274, Joe Sampson into second. And looks to be the 99 now making a move up. Jerry Bolduck trying to get into the third spot there. So there is Andrews down the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So out front with your lead on the 29 Yamaha, that is Sam Andrews. The 99 SMS ride of Jerry Bolduck charging through to move to second here on lap 1. George Cook up to third on the 5X. Joe Sampson, the 274, drops down to fourth. It is going to be the 706 of Joe Guerra rounding out the top 5. Tanner Herron running in 6th. Brandon Galasher on the 30 KTM 7. Kyle Kelsey, the 214 Honda rider, in 8th. It's Phil Steinbach, the Scott Motorsports Factory Connection ride, in 9th. And TJ Donahue, TNT Repairs Factory Connection ride, rounding out the top 10 on lap 1. right, Andrews trying to hang on to the lead here. The 99, Jerry Bolduc charging. And there is the number 5 now of George Cook up in the mix. So 3 riders trying to take the lead. Steinbach making some passes there. He's up into the 4th spot on the 131 Scott Motorsports Factory Connection Honda. And Joe Guerra going to hang on to that top 5. And the 99 Bulldog trying to make some moves out there, coming out of the back left corner. He's going to get the top spot. So the 99, Jerry Bolduc making some moves there. Didn't see what happened with Andrews, but he's going to get shuffled back a few spots. The number 5 of Cook moves up to 2nd. We are down to 1 to go here. So Jerry Bolduc with the lead now. George Cook in 2nd, Steinbach 3rd. There's Andrews shuffling back to 4th. And a 160 of Tom Heath moving up to round out the top 5 now. All right, so Bolduc up that center rhythm section. And here comes the 131, Steinbach, trying to make the move to 2nd. Got a pretty good beat on Cook coming up that rhythm section there. I thought he was going to get him on the inside, but Cook was able to shut the door. So Jerry Bolduc, George Cook, Phil Steinbach, top 3 riders heading to the back left corner, final time through. Bolduc goes to the outside in the horseshoe. Little risky move there. It's going to put him into some of the softer stuff on the outside here. Checkered flag is going to come out, and it will be the 99. Jerry Bolduc holding on for the win. The number 5 of George Cook right on him at the finish. He'll just have to settle for 2nd. Factory Connection, a Scott Motorsports ride of Phil Steinbach across the line. 3rd, Tom Heath gets around into the 4th spot on the final lap. And that is going to put the 30 of Brandon Galasher into 5th. And that'll do it for 250C. 65 A and B riders next off the gate here. And that is going to be the rider on the 24, Owen Covell, with the whole shot for the 65 AB. Charging along that tree line section on the far side of the track, Covell with the early lead, but it looks to be the 26 of Justin Allen charging up into second. Into the big sweeping right-hander. Allen has the inside line. He's going to make the pass and take the lead away from Covell. So Justin Allen sets that one up coming out of the Loctite launch. Got him to the inside net sweeping right-hander. And just took the line away. So out front with the lead here, it is the rider on the 26, the Cactus Jacks. Motorbikes Plus ride, Justin Allen. Oh, feet off the pegs after the finish. Allen getting bounced all over the place. Covell hangs on a second. There's the 526. That is Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit Seated Davenport Trucking rider in third. The number 9 of Logan Tristani on the County Ambulance 100% Decon Construction Aussie Steak and Eggs Dunlop North Services ride is fourth. And there's Jack Nerona rounding out the top 5. 67 Valley Motorsports ride of Martin in sixth. And looks to be the 523 Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride of Tug Greenslet in seventh. So Justin Allen, Owen Covell up that center rhythm section of the off-camber turn. Covell still trying to track down Allen to get that lead back. So down to just 2 to go here. 65 AB. Justin Allen, the Cactus Jacks rider, would lead Owen Covell in the second spot. MotoFit C. Davenport Trucking ride. That is Taylor Beckwith coming through in third. Tristani still running in the fourth spot on the North Services Dunlop ride. And looking for the number 8 in Nerona to continue to round out the top 5 here. 2 to go in the 65 AB. 65 C riders next off the gate. Youth A and B riders, you should be in the staging area. Youth C riders down to pre-staging. So out of the back left corner as Justin Allen going to make his way through the S-turn. Able to make the move early on here in the 65 AB, give himself a little bit of running room. And he has held the gap since then. So down to 1 to go here for the rider on the 26. So watching Justin Allen head down the right-hand side here. 65 AB riders final lap. Once again, 65C next off the gate. Youth AB should be in staging. Youth C in pre-staging. So Covell coming across the inside rhythm section. Allen heading out to the back left corner here on the final lap. And there you see Justin Allen on the Riverside Drive tabletop. That is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here for the rider on the 26th, the MSR 60 Cactus Jacks ride of Justin Allen with the win. Solid run to hang on to that second spot on the PAX Racing KTM ride. That is Owen Covell. Here's the 5-2-6 Beckwith on the MotoFit CD Davenport Trucking Ride to hang on a third. Logan Tristani, the County Ambulance, 100% Aussie Steak and Eggs. North Services Dunlop Ride fourth. And it is going to be the rider on the number 8, Jack Nerona, hanging on to round out the top 5 for 65AB. 65C next off the gate, and we have got a full gate of 65C riders down there. 43 riders lined up on the gate for the 65C. All right, so checking them off down the line. As I said, we have a full complement of 65C riders on the gate here. And tangle up at the start there, trying to get a look at the rider who had the hole shot. And tough to spot that one. And leaders coming back up that center rhythm section. And it looks like it's the 188 of Aruda out front with the lead here as they go back up that center rhythm section, trying to get a good look at the numbers again. And I believe Nettleton up into second. So leaders down through the horseshoe turn section of the 4-pack right before the finish, and it is indeed the rider on the 199 out front with the lead. I'm sorry, the 188 of Ashton Aruda, my mistake there. So Ashton Aruda out front with the lead, the 430 of Josh Mazzone in second, and it is the 928 of Nettleton in third. Top 3 riders making their way through. There is the number 2 of Beckwith running in fourth. 222 rounding out the top 5, that is Braden Webster. Eric Franklin running in 6th. Brady Jordan, the 48, in 7th. Tyler Babowitz in 8th on the 25. It is Merrill Cox, the 113 9th, and Josh Siegel rounding out the top 10 on the 21 Kawasaki. So the 180 Aruda back up that center rhythm section. Mazzone trying to track him down. Nettleton looks like he has made the move around. So Aruda under pressure from the 430 of Josh Mazzone into that big sweeping right-hand turn across the center. Nettleton not far off that battle for the lead. All right, so Aruda hanging on to the lead here. Nettleton trying to take advantage. He's going to get the pass made into second as Mazzone was trying to work on the leader. Nettleton came right up the inside line in that horseshoe turn and set himself up to make the pass. So Mason Nettleton moves to second. That's going to drop Josh Mazzone back down to third. And it's still the 188 of Ashton Aruda with the lead. 222 across the line. That is going to be Braden Webster moving into fourth. And it'll be the 48. That is Brady Jordan moving up to round out the top five now. So three riders battling at the far side of the track. Ashton Aruda, Mason Nettleton, Josh Mazzone, top three, all hitting that long tree line straightaway. And top three riders up that center rhythm section into the off-camber turn. All right, out of the S-turn section and down the Riverside Drive section now. As Aruda continues to lead, Nettleton has steadily chipped away, though. He was right on the back tire coming out of the S-turn section. Lost a little time entering into that long straightaway alongside the river. And we are down to one to go here as the 188 comes to the finish line turn. So Ashton Aruda with the win. Mason Nettleton on the 928. Coming across the line in second, and there's the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating Strictly Cobra ride. Josh Mazzone across the line third. .222, Braden Webster across the line to hang on to the fourth spot. And there is the 48. Coming down into the finish line turn, Brady Jordan will round out the top five. I'll do it for 65C 7 and 12. We have got Youth AB next off the gate. Youth novice riders, you should be in the staging area. And riders in the 40 plus A and B down to pre-staging. So once again, race number 17 in the order. Youth A and B getting set to leave the gate. Youth C riders should be in staging. 40 plus A and B riders in pre-staging. All right, so Youth A and B rider is going to fire down the start line. 30 card goes up, and now it goes sideways. Here we go. Walker with a nice jump to the turn, but the 111 Jared Basheri holds the inside line. He's going to grab the whole shot here for the Youth AB. All right, back up the center rhythm section. Jared Basheri, Brian Borgasani, and the 29 Chris Cato, top three as they go through the horseshoe turn section. And leaders down the Riverside Drive section. So the 111 Jared Basheri into the finish line turn, holding down the early lead. Borgasani still trying to take it away from him. There's the 29 MC Racing Decal Works Factory Connection Garnet ride of Chris Cato hanging on to third. Jake Walker, the Thunderbolt MX ride fourth. On the 110, Nick Edwards rounds out the top five. And we got the 67 of Kyle Russo in sixth. On the 913, Brandon Grigori in seventh. 41, Cameron Dufall eighth. Kevin Hill ninth, but Hill going to get knocked down after the finish there, so it looks like he's going to give that spot up. Fiala will take ninth, and for Sola now rounding out the top 10. So Borgasani still trying to track down the 111 and Jared Basheri. A solid run going for the rider on the 111 KTM as Basheri got himself out front early on, has not looked back. Here's the 29 MC Racing ride. Cato, solid run in third. Cato giving himself a little more breathing room now over the Thunderbolt MX rider Jake Walker. And there is Nick Edwards still rounding out the top five. Not have a lot of breathing room. Kyle Russo, Brandon Grigori, Cameron Dufall, all right there with him. And now the 190 or 189 to Noah Fiala moves around into the top 10. So Basheri and Borgasani back up that center rhythm section. working through an absolutely perfect day weather-wise here at Winchester Speedpark. And again, want to send a big shout out to the folks from Aggressive Graphics in the house here doing custom jersey printing, numbers, letters, you name it. They can put it right on the jersey. Also, if you got hoodies or t-shirts or anything for the team graphics that you want to put on there, get over to the Aggressive Graphics rig. They can take care of that for you as well. And they are doing a raffle today, raffling off a set of 100% goggles to benefit the Kirk Caselli Foundation. So make sure you get down to get yourself some tickets. Also, they've got 15% off on tees and tanks down there. So check out what they have for their selection under the Aggressive Graphics rig. And again, big thanks to the Aggressive Graphics being part of the 2015 season with us here at Winchester and giving riders lots of choices here at the track. Two-lap board is out for Bashiri on the 111, and Borghesani, the 19, stays right where he is in second. And also, of course, big shout-out to Factory Connection, FC Mike in the house. The folks from Factory Connection providing support for riders here at Winchester, trackside tuning, suspension setup, answering questions. You need work on that suspension done right away. They are right here for you. So as always, big thanks to Factory Connection. Make sure you stop down, take advantage of the knowledge in that rig down there. Send a big hello, and make sure you get down there and check out what Sandy has at the 151 Designs rig. 151 brand designs with a buy one, get one free blowout sale here today. Getting rid of all the 2015 stuff. So get down there, say hi to Sandy, see what she's got under the 151 brands rig. And of course, Paul from Buckley Photos. Paul putting the miles on out there on the track all season long here in 2015 and getting thousands upon thousands of quality images. So get down there, check out what he's got in the gallery. You can get it printed out for you right here on site, or you can take it home, get yourself on his website and do the order in there so it shows up at the house. But either way, buckleyphotos.com is the way to go. I do want to send a big thanks out to the EMT staff that work with us here at Winchester throughout the 2015 season. You see them bombing around out there in the heat and the mud and the dirt and the dust, and they are right there when you need them. So big thanks to the EMT staff who takes care of our riders here at Winchester. Very important you understand the difference between motocross racers and regular people if you're going to be an EMT and work this business. And they do a great job with that, making sure folks get taken care of and making sure your families know you're all set when you are. One to go here for the 111 of Jared Bashiri making his way through the finish line turn. So he has had a solid run out front and has just slowly inched away. A little over 2.5 seconds of gap now between Bashiri and the 19 of Brian Borghesani. He has stretched that out to a little over 4. So that time around, Bashiri really laying down the fast lap. Looking for the 29 Cato making his way into that horseshoe turn section as he continues to hang on to third. And Jake Walker, Nick Edwards continue to battle 4th and 5th. And it's going to be Grigori getting up the inside line to take 5th. He's going to take 4th away. So the 9-13, Brandon Grigori striking as the laps wear down as he's going to get around a couple of riders on that one. So leader coming out of the S-turn section on the 111 KTM. And Bashiri airing out the table as single on the Riverside Drive. So final time through the 4-pack, and that will be the checkered flag, the race win for the rider on the 111, the KTM ride of Jared Bashiri with the win. The 19 of Brian Borghesani definitely going to hang on to that second spot. Solid run for the rider out of Plymouth, Mass. And we are looking for the 29 MC Racing Decal Works Factory Connection Guarnay Sohegan Valley Motorsports ride of Chris Cato to hang on to third. And Cato coming down the left-hand side. Cato is going to hang on to third, but not by much, as the 913 of Grigori charging. So Cato hangs on to third, Grigori right on him in fourth. And Walker just going to hang on to round out the top five, and that'll do it for the Youth AB. UC Riders next off the gate. And counting them down the line, we've got another nearly full gate here in the Youth C. So great turnout here at Winchester this weekend for round 13, the fall finale. And here we go with the Youth C. .706, Joe Guerra going to just edge out the 99 of Bulldog to grab the whole shot for that one. Long straightaway along the far side of the track, and it looks like Guerra going to give the top spot away. And that is going to be the 110 of Alex Vervez grabbing the lead. So Vervez takes away the top spot. Looks like the 99 of Bulldog up in the mix as well. .706 Aguirre continues to hang on to third as they hit the option jump here. This is where it gets tricky on lap one for some of these riders. Some of them are going to air out that 110 footer, some of them aren't. You get in the middle of traffic, you got a decision to make there. All right, leaders down the Riverside Drive into the horseshoe turn. And it looks like it's the 99 of Bulldog just holding the advantage here. So Bulldog with the lead, 6:32. That is Antonio Pizzonia charging up into second. TNT Repairs ride. TJ Donahue to third. Vervez on the 110 going to take that third spot back from Donahue, though. And the 706 Guerra rounds out the top five. So Bulldog, Pizzonia, Donahue, Vervez, Guerra, top five. Riley Maynard in sixth. Phil Steinbach, seventh. Grant LaFrance, eighth. Zach Herworth, ninth. And Tyler Blowers with 17, rounding out the top 10 on lap one. Far side of the track. Bulldog trying to hold the lead. Pizzonia charging up that inside line. .632 coming out of the high line in the off camber. Looks like he might have made the pass. Bulldog has the inside line in the center turn, though. He's going to get it back. All right, Pizzonia sweeps the outside. That's going to put him on the inside in this big right-hander. A lot of back and forth at the front of the pack early on here in the UC. And looks like the 632 able to air that one out a little bit farther on the extension tabletop. He's going to take the lead. So Pizzonia takes the top spot, gives it back to the 99 of Bolduc. We'll see if he can get it back here. 2 to go. So Jerry Bolduc, Antonio Pizzonia, TJ Donahue, Phil Steinbach, and Alex Vervez. Top 5 here. Maynard trying to take that 5th place spot away from Vervez. A little contact after the finish. And a little bumping going on out there. Vervez going to hold on to it. Oh, he goes wide in turn 2, though, and Maynard will make the pass. Bolduc holding the top spot along the tree line stretch at the far side of the track. Pizzonia had a good run down here last time through. Can't quite close the gap this time like he did last time around. So Jerry Bolduc, Antonio Pizzonia, and TJ Donahue, top 3 as they come up the center rhythm section. Donahue got a challenge, though. Phil Steinbach on the 131, trying to take that spot away from TJ Donahue. Pulls alongside him up the center rhythm section. So there is Bolduc, Pizzonia 1 and 2. Donahue hanging on a 3rd, Steinbach in 4th, up and over the Loctite launch. There's Maynard rounding out the top 5. The top 5 riders all in the same section of track. And looks like it's Bolduc who's actually able to be the rider airing out that table extension. He jumps through the S-turn there. So the 99 going for it. There really literally is no tomorrow. This is the final series race, so if you're going to go, you might as well go today. Of course, don't forget, coming up on the 18th, Sunday the 18th, Phil from NESC will be racing with us here at Winchester. So next Sunday, you can come on back here for some more racing action on the motocross track. 1 to go. Pizzonia, a nice move to the inside, shows a wheel to the leader. And here we go, it's on. Into turn 2, Pizzonia goes to the outside. Bolduc has the inside line. 632 cannot make the pass there as he shows him a wheel coming into it, but can't make it happen. All right, again, Bolduc goes tight to the inside. Pizzonia sweeps the outside at the end of the long straightaway. They will switch it back up the rhythm section. And now make that 90-degree right and come right back up into the center. And Steinbach coming up the middle now as he's trying to make the pass on Donahue. We got 4 riders battling for the lead here. Final lap in the Youth C. Pizzonia going after Bolduc again, top of the Loctite launch. Here we go, the 632 has the inside. Cannot make it happen. And again, Bolduc's going to air out the table extension and give himself that gap back. Here we go, lap traffic in the middle of this now. Bolduc jumps through the inside. Pizzonia's got the outside line. They're going to go side by side to the Riverside Drive. Donahue trying to make something happen now as well. 3 riders to the horseshoe turn. Who's going to come out with the lead? Pizzonia trying to push the issue a little bit, but Bolduc able to shut the door on him. All right, top 4 riders all coming through the 4-pack. Who's going to roll the dice? Oh, and down goes the 99. Pizzonia gets the win. Steinbach second. Donahue third. Riley Maynard fourth. And the 624 of Grant LaFrance will round out the top five. Oh, the 99 of Jerry Bolduc. You cannot feel bad about that. He had to go for it. He went for it, and it did not work out for him that time around. So bummer for the 99, but what a finish to that race as the 632 of Antonio Pizzonia gets the win. So crazy finish to the Youth C. Had a couple riders who doing a victory lap there. I don't think with all that confusion they could tell the checkered flag was out. 40 plus A and B riders are going to fire down the start straight next. Riders in the 65 Open should be in the staging area. 40C and 450C. You should be in pre-staging. And the 40 plus A sweeping the outside. That is the 91. That's Mike Treadwell. So Treadwell with the whole shot there in the 48 gate drop. And the 40B holding the inside line. The 455 Yamaha. Walt Miller with the whole shot. 991 of Lopez had a good jump up the center, but not able to hang on to the inside. A couple riders tangling up there at the exit of the turn. So Mike Treadwell, Rich Frank, and Nathan Martell, top three here in the 40 plus A as they come up the center rhythm section of the off-camber turn. A little trouble for the 151 there of Del Grasso. Stalls the bike at the top of that off-camber. Going to get himself back underway, but that's going to cost him some spots. Looks like the 455 of Miller holding the lead in the B class. 708 of Johnson into second. Here's your leader in the A class down to the finish line. There's the 91 of Mike Treadwell. Oh, Ryder piling into the turn there. Martel gets too close to the tires and goes down. So Rich Frank will take second. Martel going to have to fire it over in third. But looks like Camilo going to get the third spot. Greg Landry across the line fourth. Martel will round out the top five. And it is indeed Walt Miller with the lead in the 40B. Keith Johnson in second. Arnaldo Lopez, the 991, moving into third. Bob Chaka on the 26X in fourth. Glenn Galasher rounds out the top five on the 30 Kawasaki. So Mike Treadwell, Rich Frank, and Jack Camilio still top three here in the 40A. Martel trying to get that third spot back away from Camilio. A little miscue before the finish there cost him that spot. So Treadwell coming through here, no problems at all out front in the 40A. There is the 13, Rich Frank, into the horseshoe turn section, using the high line through there to hang on to second. Battle for third, coming down to the horseshoe turn. There is the 14 of Camilo, the number 8 of Martel. Both riders using that inside line. On the 23, the TSR Kawasaki ride of Greg Landry continues in fourth. And it is going to be the 29, Mike Digitano, the Fox Racing Factory Connection ride, moving up to round out the top five. Del Grasso in sixth, Mike Doucette running in seventh, and it's going to be there is Johnson, the 708, going to make the move around and take the lead in the B class. So Miller drops back to second. Keith Johnson now with the lead. And Miller gonna have to watch it. He's got a rider right with him. Glenn Galasher not far off the back tire of the 455. Shaka still in fifth, and Lopez, the 991 Honda rider, rounding out the top five. I'm sorry. And persistence paying off here as the number 8 of Martel back around the 14 of Camilio. So Nathan Martel making up for that mistake he had a little bit earlier on as he gets back into the third spot. That'll drop Camilio down to fourth. Landry on the 23 continues to round out the top 5. So Mike Treadwell, Rich Frank, Nathan Martell, Jack Camilio, Greg Landry, top 5 here in the 40A. And here's your leader in the 40B, coming down to the 4-pack right before the finish, the 708 KTM ride, Keith Johnson. So Johnson getting it done with 2 to go here. Actually, my mistake, Miller is still listed out front, so Miller must be way out. Did not see him come through on the 455. So Miller, Johnson, Gallus share top 3. My mistake there in the 40B. I've apparently lost the ability to read. And down to 1 to go as we watch the 91 of Mike Treadwell make his way through. Second place rider Rich Frank coming through the 4-pack. Solid run for the Fox Racing Suzuki rider. Martell, a little uneven early on. That cost him some spots there. He's been able to get himself back into a podium position here. Camilio in the 4th spot here. Clearly just had nothing for Martell. Just had nothing for him. So final time through here in the 40 plus A and B. As we watch Miller making his way down the left-hand side on the 455. Completely missed Walt there that last lap around. I thought he had gotten past, but he is right there in the lead in the B class, so no problems for the rider on the 455 as Miller's going to continue to hold down the lead. There is the 708 of Johnson hanging on a second. And Glenn Gallagher in 3rd. Things get a little tightened up behind that. Gallagher looks like he's got enough breathing room here on the final lap to hang on to it. 26 Yamaha of Shaka is the closest one. He's got 4th. And it is Kurt Zarsi rounding out the top 5 on the 602. That is going to be the checkered flag, so the race win here in the 30A class going to go to the rider on the 91. The Motorsports Nation alias Factory Connection Spectro KTM ride. That is Mike Treadwell with the win. Looking for the number 13 of Rich Frank to hang on to the 2nd spot on the Fox Racing Suzuki. And it'll be the item in sales ride of Nathan Martell hanging on to 3rd for the 40A. .65 open next off the gate. Riders in the 40C and 450C. You should be in the staging area. Supermini riders in pre-staging. hanging on to take the win here into 40B. It will be the rider on the 455. That is Walt Miller with the win. 708 of Keith Johnson will hang on to second. And it looks like it is going to be Glenn Galasher on the 30 Kawasaki to hang on to third. Zarsi getting that 4th spot. And it is going to be, looks like the 26 of Chaka rounding out the top 5. That'll do it there in the 40 plus A and B. As I said, 65 open next off the gate here. All right, looks like we're set to go now on the line in the 65 open, counting them down. And here we go. And it is going to be the rider on the 24. That is Owen Covell with the whole shot here in the 65 open. And along the tree line section, Covell with an early lead. He's got a challenge going down that straightaway. So it's Owen Covell and Justin Allen 1 and 2. The 188 of Arruda up into third early on here in the 65 open. And Allen trying to make something happen as quickly as he can. That's the spot in the earlier moto where he made that pass on Covell and opened up the gap in the AB. He tried to do it again there, and you notice Covell moved over, shut that line down. Smart riding for the rider on the 24 there as he's trying to take away the lines as much as he can. Make Allen get out into that alternate stuff. And here we go down the Riverside Drive. Both riders going high to the inside in the horseshoe turn. Whoa, Covell feet off the pegs. And he's going to lose the lead there. Has to come to a stop. Oh, and the bike just goes on him. I think he actually stalled the bike. So tough break for the rider on the 24 as Covell got himself a little offline coming out of that high line in the horseshoe turn and got his feet dragged right off the pegs, and I think it just stalled the bike out because he couldn't get it going. 5-2-6, Taylor Beckwith, the MotoFit seated up and put trucking rider in third and right on Covell's back tire. There's the 188 FMF KTM of Ashton Arruda running in fourth. Nettleton, the 928, going to try and take that spot away. Right now he's got fifth. Tug Greenslit, the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing rider in sixth. Keegan Keogh across the line in seventh. It is going to be Jack Nerona eighth. Josh Siegel, the 21, in ninth. And Braden Martin, the Valley Motorsports rider, running in the 10th spot here on lap one. So here is Justin Allen heading down that roller section right through the center, up into the Loctite launch. So Allen stretching out the lead a little bit here as he runs to the back left corner section. There you see Covell coming into the option tabletop jump. So 2 to go here as we watch the 26 Cactus Jacks FMF Factory Connection ride. Justin Allen making his way across the finish line jump. So Allen with a solid run out here. The 24 of Owen Covell coming through that roller section right before the finish. He's hitting that thing like it was a whoop section. Covell just charging across the tops of those. There's the 526, the CD Davenport Idleman Sales ride of Taylor Beckwith. So Beckwith hanging on to that third spot. There is Aruda, Ashton Aruda in fourth. Oh, down goes the 928. Nettleton trying to get around the outside to try to pass into fourth. He's going to go down and hand that fifth place spot over to the 523 of Tug Greenslit. So Nettleton getting a little flustered out there. It's one of those things where you got to slow down a little to go fast. Yeah, right now, patience not the strong suit. So there you see Covell coming up that center rhythm section, and right over here you see the 26 of Justin Allen up and over the Loctite launch. So with the 2-lap board out here in the 65 Open, it is Justin Allen, Owen Covell, Taylor Beckwith, Ashton Aruda, Tug Greenslit. That is the top 5. Jack Nerona in 6th, Keegan Keogh running in 7th, Mason Nettleton 8th, Josh Siegel 9th, and Brady Jordan rounding out the top 10 last time across the finish line jump. .40C and 450C riders, you should be next off the gate. Riders in the Supermini, you need to be in the staging area, and 450 A and B riders down to pre-staging. And there is your leader, Justin Allen, on the 26, making his way through. So Allen with a solid run to hang on to the top spot here. This time around, it's going to be a little over 15 seconds a gap between first and second place. Covell just making the jump up, I believe, into the 65 class not long ago. So not surprised to see him have a little bit of issue with the different size bike. A couple things here and there. Definitely got the speed. Just got to get used to the bigger bike. Here's the 526, the MotoFit Seated Davenport Trucking ride. Taylor Beckwith put himself up into that third spot early on, and nice line choice to keep himself there with no pressure. Aruda still battling to hang on to the fourth spot. Tug Greenslit, the 523 right there on the inside. So let's see if Aruda can hold off the 523. Oh, and a little mistake after the finish. Greenslit's going to make the pass. So Tug Greenslit going to get the benefit of a little bit of a miscue there, as Ashton Aruda feet off the pegs and got himself a little sideways. So Justin Allen, your leader, heading off to the back left corner. And there is Allen one more time out of the horseshoe turn section. And that is going to bring out the checkered flag. So the race win here in the 65 Open goes to the 26. The MSR Cactus Jacks 60. That is the 26 of Justin Allen. Solid win there. Allen withstanding the pressure early on. And he is going to take home the win. Second spot on the 24, that is the Pax Racing Factory Connection ride. That is Owen Covell. So Covell with a solid run there. And it is going to be the rider, it looks like the 526 MotoFit CD Davenport trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith, going to hang on a third. Looks like Jack Nerona going to get into the fifth spot there on the final lap. Tug Greenslet, the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing rider, finishes fourth. Nerona rounds out the top five. And that does it for 65 Open. So 450C and 40 plus C, race 21 in the order, getting set to leave the gate here. And that is going to be the 25, getting to the turn first for the 450C. Dominic Pizzonia with the whole shot. And here we go with the 40 plus C gate drop. And that looked like the 311 Yamaha. Pat Andrews with the whole shot for the 40 plus C. Looks like Dominic Pizzonia holding the top spot. Sam Andrews in second for the 450C as they come up that center section. And it is Pat Andrews, Charlie Von Bergen, and the 22 Kevin Webster, top three in the 40C as they come up the center rhythm section to the off-camber turn. They're easily down to the horseshoe turn section. And looks like Andrews getting the advantage here as he gets around the 25 of Pizzonia. So Sam Andrews going to drop that front plate. Way too much wind resistance. He had to get that off there. He took the lead. He's all set now. Pizzonia in second. Running in third on the rider on the 410. That's Eliza Johnson. Running fourth, Jordan Magora on the 93. It's going to be the rider on the 306, Ethan Worm, rounding out the top five. Rob Charlin in sixth, Alex Adams seventh, Caleb Connors eighth, Casey McNamara 9th, and the 414 of Scott McRae rounding out the top 10. And in the 40 plus C, here's the 311 Yamaha ride. That is Pat Andrews hanging on to the top spot. 311X of Charlie Von Bergen in second. There's the 22 of Kevin Webster in third. Randy Pell running in fourth. On the number 11, that is Thane Page rounding out the top 5. Battle for the lead. The 450C, Sam Andrews, Dom Pizzonia down to the center field turn, up and over the Loctite launch. Pizzonia's got it. Andrews trying to get back on the inside line. So down the Riverside Drive, that is going to be the 25 Yamaha ride. Dominic Pizzonia taking over the top spot here in the C. So 450 C ride. Pizzonia would lead. Sam Andrews now in the second spot. And we are down to 2 to go here. Andrews losing momentum through that 4-pack section there. That's going to cost him a little more time. Nice run through there for the 410 of Elijah Johnson, wheel tapping through that section. So he had a good run through there. Magora continues in fourth. And there is the 306 Ethan Worm rounding out the top 5. Rob Charlin still in 6th. It is still Caleb Connors in 7th on the 822. Oh, Connors going to take Charlin's spot away though. McRae moves to 9th. And the 121 Adams rounding out the top 10 for the 450C. It is still the rider on the 311 Yamaha with the lead in the 40C. That's Pat Andrews out front. Charlie Von Berg on the 311 Honda continues second. There is 22 Kevin Webster third. And still Thane Page in fourth. And Randy Pell rounding out the top 5 for the 40C. 2-lap board is out here. All right, picking up the battle for the lead here in the 450C. And Pizzonia a little stuck at the top there. So Dom Pizzonia gets stuck at the top of that off camber. Andrews just about ran into the back of him there. 1 to go. There's Johnson on the 410, still maintaining that third spot. No pressure for the 410. Magora still in fourth. And it is still the 306 Ethan Worm rounding out the top 5. But the battle for the lead in the 450C down the right-hand side. Pizzonia's got it. Andrews trying to get it back. So Dominic Pizzonia, Sam Andrews, 1 and 2 through the off-camber turn section right in the center. Final time around here in 450C and 40 plus C. All right, back left corner, and the 25, Pizzonia, going to get through the S-turn section cleanly, it looks like. So one more time down Riverside Drive towards the checkered flag for the rider on the 25 Yamaha. And one more time through the 4-pack here into the finish line turn, the checkered flag, the race win in the 450C. 25 Yamaha, the Motorsports Nation ride of Dominic Pizzonia. Sam Andrews on the 29 right across the line in second, not far off the leader there. There's the 410. Elijah Johnson, he's going to hang on to third. And it looks like it's going to be Jordan Magora hanging on to the fourth spot on the 93. Ethan Worm rounding out the top 5 for the 450C. Looking to see if Pat Andrews can hold off Charlie Von Berg here for the win in the 40C with Thane Page in the third spot. Supermini riders next off the gate. We got another full gate coming down the start straight here. 40 riders in the Supermini going to get fired down the start line. Oh, riders getting tangled up. Big crash at the start. And it looks like it is going to be the 101 of Briar Russell coming away with the whole shot there. Big tangle up at the start. We've got a bunch of riders up and away. Looks like one rider having a little trouble there. So a couple riders tangled up at the start. If your rider is involved in that, please come around behind the bench here. You can come on over to the medics area right next to the tower. Very good to see all those riders able to get up under their own power. Definitely not the way you want to start the race, but all right, leaders coming down the Riverside Drive section. And it looks to be the 127 of St. Laurent taking the advantage here. So it is Sam St. Laurent, the Manchester Sports Center rider, on the 127 out front. The 101 of Russell in second. On the 48, that's Alex Fenoff running third. Larry Fortin, the 111 Chapter Motorsports rider, fourth. Rounding out the top 5 here, first time across the stripe. It is going to be the rider on the 43, Cameron Thurston. Tom Kirkland, Popular Machines, KTM in 6th. Hunter Benoit 7th. Aiden LaFlamme 8th. Jake McKenna 9th. And Grant LaFlance on the 624, rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. St. Laurent trying to hold that top spot under pressure. Fenoff makes the move to second. Russell drops back to third. And the 111 Fortin still in that 4th spot. And there is Thurston, the 43, rounding out the top 5 as they go through the off-camber turn in the center. So leaders out of the S-turn section, Sam St. Laurent in the top spot here. Fenoff on the 48 in second. It is going to be the 111 of Fortin making a move around into third as he gets around Russell. So the Manchester Sports Center Steve Balboni FMF ride. That is Sam St. Laurent holding down the top spot here. Fenoff in second. Chapel Motorsports ride of Fortin third. Scott Concrete ride of Briar Russell fourth. And it's still the 624 of Grant LaFrance rounding out the top 5. Supermini riders making their way back up that center rhythm section. St. Laurent, Fenoff, and Fortin, top 3 to the off-camber turn. That's Fenoff trying to get around the outside on St. Laurent to take away the lead. He made a run at him, couldn't make the pass happen. And there you see it, the 111 pulling the trigger on that tabletop extension. So Fortin making up some time. Fenoff on the inside into the finish line turn. He's got the pass made. So Alex Fenoff comes to the inside through the 4-pack, gets around St. Laurent to take the lead away. And now Fortin still sitting in third, gonna have to try to take advantage before St. Laurent can regroup here. So 2 to go. And Fenoff gets the lead away from the 127 of Sam St. Laurent. Fortin still in third, LaFrance fourth, and Russell, the 101, rounding out the top 5 on the Scott Concrete Kawasaki. Justin Allen, the Cactus Jacks rider, in 6th. Cameron Thurston 7th. Aiden LaFlamme 8th. Poplar Hill Machine KTM of Tom Kirkulonis 9th. And Tyler Blowers on the 17 Kawasaki, rounding out the top 10. So lead us into the option tabletop jump here. Working through the laps in the Supermini. 450 A and B next off the gate. And then we are right back to the top of the order, starting motor number 1 in the second half with the women's class. So women's class racers, you should be in the staging area right now. Riders in the 50 plus down to pre-staging. We are down to just 2 to go, down to 1 to go now. So working through the final lap here, Alex Fenoff trying to hang on for the win. Saint Laurent trying to get it back. Fortin in close proximity. France now up to 4th. Justin Allen into the top 5 as he moves around Briar Russell. And Fortin on the move now. The 111 around the outside. And just like that, Larry Fortin goes from 3rd to 1st as he gets around the outside in the center rhythm section. Makes 2 passes through that spot there, and he has got clear track ahead of him on the 111. So patience paying off there for the Chapman Motorsports rider. He's going to uncork the 110, and that is going to give him even more breathing room at the front of the pack. So final time down Riverside Drive, and the checkered flag going to get ready to fly here. A little bit of traffic ahead of him. Got to get clean through the horseshoe turn. That is going to be the checkered flag to race win for the Chapman Motorsports Factory Connection ride. That is Larry Fortin with the win. Alex Fenoff across the line second. The 127 Manchester Sports Center ride. Sam St. Laurent third. Grant LaFrance a solid run to get in that 4th spot on the 624. And we are looking at the 26 Cactus Jacks ride. Justin Allen, the MSR rider, to hang on to the top 5. And that will do it for Supermini. So 450 A and B riders next off the start straight. Last race of the first half here. We will go right into the second half of racing. Women's class riders, you should be lined up for motor number 1 in the second half. 50 plus riders, you should be in pre-staging for motor number 2 in the second half. So coming back to the action live here, 450A riders off the gate. And that is the 238 No Limits Suzuki ride. Ben Robinson grabbing the whole shot. Robinson got these gate drops dialed here at Winchester. And the 450B on the 147. That is going to be Andrew Daly, the Manchester Sports Center Honda rider, with the whole shot. And Ryan Dowd coming to the inside into the off-camber turn section, taking the lead away from Robinson. So Ryan Dowd, Ben Robinson, Will Lofstrom, top three here in the 450A as they come through the inside rhythm section. And it's going to be Andrew Daly, Rigger Dupre, and it looks like Casey Stewart, top three in the 450B as they come up through the inside. So there's Ryan Dowd to the finish line turn, leading here in the 450A, the Chaplin Motorsports Factory Connection Spectro Moose Racing ride. No Limit Suzuki ride of Ben Robinson in second. On the Manchester Sports Center Honda ride, continuing in third is Will Lofstrom. Jesse Bork in fourth. It's going to be the 456 of Scott Iverson rounding out the top five. Into the finish line turn, it is still Andrew Daly holding down the top spot in the 450B, but he's got a rider on the inside. That is Casey Stewart. Stewart going to try to take it away, and he's going to get it. So Stewart takes the lead away from the 147 of Daly. Daly drops back down to second. On the 112, hanging on to third, that is John Clark. Justin Curtis running in fourth on the Bell REP Sandbox Kings Curtis Training Facility ride. Jamie Hunkler, the Wheels Power Sports rider, rounds out the top five. Steve Brady in sixth, Aaron Burdick seventh. Taylor Fortini, the North Adams Sheet Metal rider, in eighth. Sean Flaherty ninth. And rounding out the top 10 in the B class, 792 of Evan Soteropoulos. Looks like Kyle Burdick a little shaken up there coming through the four-pack. He's going to get back on and ride this one out. Good to see Kyle back up. So there is Ryan Dowd, 7:16, continuing to run out front. Robinson second, Lofstrom in third. Jesse Bork in fourth. And Iverson continues to round out the top five. Steve Ricks trying to take it away. Battle for the lead in the B class. Casey Stewart's got the top spot. Daly back down to second. And there's the 112. John Clark hanging on to third. Justin Curtis still fourth on the number 9. And there is the 170. Steve Brady moving up around the top five as he gets around Jamie Hunkler, the Wheels Power Sports rider. Looks like Burdick going to make the pass into 6. That's going to drop Hunkler all the way down to 7. So clicking off the laps here as we work through the final race of the first half here. Race 23, 450 A and B on the track. Women's class moto, first race of the second half on the gate. 50 plus, you should be in staging. Two-stroke open in pre-staging. And Dowd coming through the off-camera high line in that horseshoe turn. So continuing to click off the laps here in the 450 A and B. Ryan Dowd, Ben Robinson, Will Lofstrom, Jesse Bork, Scott Iverson, top 5. That has not changed. Going by the halfway point here. You see Casey Stewart coming through, leader in the B class, continuing to get it done out front, stretching out the lead a little bit. So Dowd hitting the option jump as he heads off to the back left corner. Robinson slowly chipping away at the lead there. And there you see Dowd stretching out the table to single extension there on the Riverside Drive tabletop. And we are down to 2 to go. So 2 more laps here for Ryan Dowd to hold off Robinson and Lofstrom to take the win in the 450A. Again, there is 21 Casey Stewart, your leader in the B class. Those duct tape numbers on there. Gotta love that. Solid run for Stewart out front. It is the 147, Andrew Daly, the Manchester Sports Center Factory Connection rider. Still solid run going in second for the FMF Honda. And now it is going to be the number 9, the Bell REP Sandbox Kings ride. Justin Curtis putting the pass on to move to 3rd. So look at the leaders here on the 716. Ryan Dowd coming down to the horseshoe turn. We're going to get the 1 lap board this time around as Dowd makes his way through. So 1 to go as Dowd continues to lead Robinson and Lofstrom. They are in the thick of the traffic now for the B class, so going to be difficult to make passes getting through all of that traffic. Those riders have got battles of their own going on. So looking for the 716, Ryan Dowd making his way down into the Riverside Drive section here. There is the 716 Honda rider airing out the table to single on the Riverside Drive. Final time into the top line through the horseshoe turn. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win for the Moose Racing, Chapman Motorsports, Kenny G's Performance Tuning, Spectro Ride, the Factory Connection Honda of Ryan Dowd with the win. Ben Robinson, the No Limit Suzuki across the line second. Manchester Sports Center Honda ride of Will Lawson will hang on to third. And we are looking to see Casey Stewart will hang on for the win in the 450B Daily second and Justin Curtis third. We're going to get ready to go here with the women's class motor number 1 in the second half. And for all you folks that have been joining us live online, this is where we're going to end our broadcast for today. So hope you've all enjoyed watching live online here. We've enjoyed bringing the presentation to you. You'll be able to watch this archive anytime you like here on YouTube. So once again, we hope you enjoyed the day with us here at Winchester Speedpark. We're going to be signing off the live stream now.